Mic check, mic check. Cam check. Think we're good. Yeah, did the stream in? No, we're good. Yes, I hope so. Y'all there? I don't know. Yeah, that's good. Machine's like, I show up. I'm like Kawhi. Bro, I don't even know. Why do people even give Kawhi a chance, man? Like, he should have been dropped a long time ago. Like, that's just a lot of money tied up and literally just keeping him on the bench. He doesn't even cheer on his fellow, like, you know, players or whatever. Like, it's not like he's like help coaching or anything. He just sits there. Doesn't even come to all the game. So like, what's the like? Why is he even there? What up, y'all? All right, let me. Dang, sorry, I'm looking at something. All right, we're gonna get in the game soon. Hit button, go away. There we go. I do have to make one more slight adjustments to my Paragon board, simply because I'm missing 3 RS. At least for the gear that I have, I put it that way. So we gotta fix that. Master Worker, what's going on? So any new news? Any new news about the live stream or whatnot? The campfire, I guess you can call it. I haven't like checked or anything all day today. You know what I have not done? I have not organized my stash all season. I at least do it once per season, and then it stays organized when I do it. And I'm usually impressed with myself. But this season I hadn't even started. I hadn't even like bothered. It's kind of sad, kind of bad if you ask me. Ancestral Azarath. 30-23. Ooh. Let's see, there's a whatchamacallit real quick. Rumwalker, yeah. Okay. Let's go back to Paragon board. I'm gonna have to redo these 2 boards. Well, I'm saying redo these 2 boards, but I need to connect this one 4th and then this one 5th based on my gear. One, two, three, 4. Figure out the best way to like exit out this board when it's on top. How I want to connect it. I guess I might have to connect up instead of down. This should allow us to refund 1 board at a time. I agree. honestly, I do think that Paragon really just needs a massive rework. I say massive, but a pretty big rework in general. The whole, if there's anything that I was like kind of disappointed with going into the current season, is the fact that they didn't do much with Paragon boards, like at all. I mean, the whole adding like the making a glyph legendary and whatnot is okay, but ultimately it just ended up being just tackling on a little bit more damage than we already had. Okay, so now I need to tack on Eldritch's Bounty first. I guess I'll just go up. No witness. Speaking of which, I do have a planner. Not for like what I'm doing right now, but I mean I can practically still use the previous planner. Let's put this on the screen. There we go. So we're gonna go here, come straight down. Yeah, so now I'm able to actually get the bonus here like I'm supposed to. Now I'll just go up. 49. Hey, why do I have 49? I guess that works. Crafty, what's up, man? So what am I doing? Fixing Paragon board for myself. Mainly just trying to, because obviously like I don't have like all the 100% like right pieces per se, so trying to do a workaround for me personally. What's up? What's up, Crafty? Also, Abstract, what's going on? Good question. Do you know how Fell Soothsayers proc? Sometimes I get the AoE kill. Sometimes I'm fighting for hours and nothing happens. What is Fell Soothsayers? Soothsayers, sorry. What do I need gear wise? It's not gear, it's just the rolls, basically. Like Spirit want to fix? Okay, yeah. I wouldn't know, unfortunately. Also, thanks for Renovero's build, so you can run your rogue again. Yeah, Renovero's is fun. Definitely a lot of fun. Might be my, I guess, go-to build for now on going forward, unless they make some major changes to other skills. I'll still play the other builds on, obviously. Still a fan of Rapid Fire and the such. So Rapid Fire, Heartseeker, Barrage, all of those will still be played by me, but Renoveros just might be the focus going forward if it remains mostly the same, you know, of what it is. Who knows? Who knows with the mid-season patch? Could change something major. Oh man, what am I doing? So messing this up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So I got Headhunter, Control, Combat. Supposed to be Fluidity Glyph. Where is it at? I completely built for Intel for some reason. Let's not do that. Very still continue with the dexterity. I can still. I actually did save a couple of points doing it this way. I still was able to come through this way. That still sitting at what, 30 or 40? Yeah, we're still sitting at 40. But yeah, was there something in mind you wanted to do, Crafty? Straight across. I think I saved 2 points doing it the way that I did here. But I was able to get exactly what I needed though, so I guess that works out. So I could take a little bit more damage reduction, I guess. All right, let's check my stuff now. Armor. Yeah, barely my resist cap though. Like by 0.5%, I'm 0.5% over. Like barely got that. I hope they don't bring other classes to Spiritborn level like everyone's asking for. I don't think people really understand how broken Spiritborns really are. They just want to be able to do things as easy as Spiritborn is able to do them. But I don't think they realize, most people realize versus what, like the content again, that you, Spiritborn basically skips progression and any sort of resistance to any sort of content at all. So you don't really get to really experience the game when you play Spiritborn. At least one of the stronger Spiritborn builds. Going back to cheap shot. Again, what made it? What made it? Or I guess what made it also help you? Or the life nodes help. Oh, yeah. Oh, well then, yeah. I didn't think about that part. That part I didn't think about. But what makes cheap shot more consistent though? To then like exploit weakness. Did you find that you weren't proccing exploit weakness as quickly or as much, or like how'd you feel about it? Brownlee, what's going on? Didn't know you were just saying that. A progression is what I like having to push need more damage to find a better way to do things. EU on OP is kind of balancing on target slows, slow procs. That is right. So EU, so exploit weakness does proc on, so it procs more in like groups because it's per enemy hit. Whatever strange reason, I actually didn't think about that either. Like you would think that that'd be like an obvious thing to think about, but I honestly that didn't cross my mind either. Because it was ultimately why I would prefer exploit weakness over cheap shot because of no target, but I don't know. I do know that like on a build like Ran of Arrows, like for farming, I feel like I get very little value out of cheap shot because I'm usually not around enemies, or at least I'm not around the enemies that I'm attacking. So like I just basically go and just throw, you know, my Ran of Arrows and then I leave the area. So I'm never around those enemies to get the gem. Yeah. Otherwise, I actually would consider using cheap shot, but like I'm literally not around the mobs to take advantage of it. So like the only time I take advantage of cheap shot is if like let's say for one I'm pushing, and or two when the boss is staggered. That's it. Okay, those are the only two scenarios, and it's kind of awful. That means my cheap shot is like not up much at all. It's my wish fucker. I don't know if I'm doing any of the Hantu dungeons. Only just because of the layouts are awful. Even if they are like slightly better for masterworking, if you could find the key for the the area, whatever, to open it up. Mm.
You can take what's left. Come back if you need work.
Cheap shop seems to be noticeably out DPSing even like Tricks of the Trade and Eldris, and you don't know why. You think there's some double dipping happening somewhere? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. um, it might be one of those things where I'll just throw on a cheap shot board at one point, just for the hell of it, and see how I feel. But I don't want to make that investment right now because then I have to change the second board. I have to like literally take apart the entire board again. I might have to just do like a planner where I can easily switch between the two boards, just for testing purposes. Possibly that was your thought. I guess because like this is like one of the first seasons in a while where we didn't take cheap shot board naturally on like a lot of builds because we only have five boards now. So like cheap shot was kind of one of the ones for a chunk of builds that were just kind of dropped. So I guess running cheap shot all this time, we may not have noticed that it was doing something maybe it wasn't supposed to. You hate fantasy football. You lost 3 games by less than a point. Oof. I can't, but the Panthers won. Silver lining in there somewhere, right? Like, dude, where's the mob at? Bucks are 1-6 now. Did they lose the Cavies tonight too? Didn't they just play Cavies like a couple nights ago? Or like, am I tripping? I mean, Giannis didn't play tonight, did he? Like, it was basically like Dame having to carry, and Dame looked tired. Like when I was like, I really wasn't watching, but I was like watching like little highlights here and there, like when he shot like the when he made a 3 from like the parking lot, basically. People are just like on Twitter is like, yo, parking lot shot, the normal X Twitter whatever thing that you see. And like as he was going back, he looked gassed. Like he looked like he was so tired. I'm like, yeah, this ain't this, And they tied. They were tied. So I'm like, yeah, this ain't gonna go well. Dame is like, this is why I want to be in Miami. I mean, I honestly think that, I mean, obviously Giannis is like better than anybody on the Miami Heat, like no question. But like I feel like Bucks as a team just doesn't really exist. So like I do think Dame would have did better in Miami because there would have been a better team around him, even though Bucks has the obviously the better superstar, like no question. Naylor, what's going on? You add him, and man, you can't get much more. The Lakers lost to the Pistons. Did Bronny score tonight or nah? At this point, that's all I'm really interested in with the Lakers. I'm just interested to see what Bronny's doing at the moment. Bronny didn't play as well. Why? I mean, that's like free ratings. Why would you not have him play? Ain't like Lakers are gonna win a championship this year. Just let him play, make some money. I'm just saying. Doesn't matter if he's injured or he's not like, you know, feeling well. He wasn't gonna play well anyway. So just go ahead and push him out there. Like, I mean, for ratings, might as well. Like, I mean, I'm just saying. You know, Evening Dioxide messing around with the build for fun using innovating to proc victimize. Innovating or innovation? Just wondering, for instance, with that much lucky hit, can I proc something like innovation twice? No. Nah. Nope. The game won't let you. Oh. So, okay, sorry. Invigorating Strike. Okay. Invigorating Strike cleaves. Okay, yeah. So, but if you go past 100%, you can't make it cleave twice. No. All the tempers are basically capped at 100%. I didn't even open up a nightmare dungeon. What am I doing? Ronnie has more points than MVP and NB. Show some respect. Ronnie already low management duties starting. I don't know. I think what Bronny has played more than what Kawhi Leonard has, right? Yeah. And NB probably combined at the moment. I mean, can a lucky strike effect proc twice? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So no. Not to mention, you would never get enough lucky hits to make it happen that way, anyways. Like in order to proc victimize every hit, or have a 100% chance to proc victimize on a scale, you need 300% lucky hit for invigorating strike for it to happen. So you're nowhere near there right now. But yeah, again, anything past 100 is not going to make it proc twice or have a chance to proc twice. I get 187% on the Invigorating Strike. I want to make Innovation proc more, so I can use Crown of Lucian with the Veratigo. So I really like Crown a lot, honestly. Crown of Lucian or whatever. For victimized builds like that. Unfortunately, honestly, Kyle the Nameless with a decent amount of trick attack range is just going to like crap all over Crown, unfortunately. But it does make playing with the ultimate feel a lot better, because then you can cast your ultimate considerably more for like the the buffs or whatever. You said Barrage feels so slow. How come? You got what, dash and shadow step in there, like, and then you're like lowering your cooldowns with the ultimate and everything. So are we talking about movement or kill speed or what? Do I have any good Skyhunters to sell? Depends on what you mean by good. Are you looking for like 4 GA Skyhunters? Or are you looking for like 1 GA on crit damage, high unique affix Skyhunters? Like, you don't think I have an interview tomorrow, which would be a $6 raise if you get a $6 raise? Jeez. All right. Good luck, man. Sure. unleash your any brownie and get the job done. So are you saying you have family in high places? Is that what you're indicating? I'll expect to hit peak tier levels. Just having fun with the cold clip, invigorating strike setup. The funny thing about it is that like I actually planned on like the next setup I'm going to play is actually literally invigorating strike. I'm not gonna do it with victimize though. I'm gonna do it with momentum. Cause I don't really like the proc based stuff right now. But yeah, I think the skill is fun. Yeah, that's barely possible 300%. It is with like Subo. But yeah. But even then it's really not, I'm gonna say it's not worth, but you're gonna have 3 skills in the bar. Vigorate strike, smoke grenade. Not even cow traps, nah. Bro, or even like shadow imbuement. I would have thrown some shadow imbuement in there, so I can get the mixed shadow imbuement buff. Yeah, I got you. As long as you're having fun though. Like I at this point, that's kind of where I'm at when doing the next stuff I'm gonna play. I need GA, crit damage, attack speed, and chance of marksman. Yeah, I don't have multiple GA Sky Hunters, unfortunately. And the only like multiple GA ones I have is literally the one I'm wearing. I usually don't find Sky Hunters like that for sure. Does it matter what rune slash they're in? I had the helmet versus chest or pants or stab. It kind of does matter if you put them on the weapon versus armor pieces. I think for most of rogue stuff, you actually want the runes to not be in the weapons, or the weapon. But it can be chest, pants, or helm. That part doesn't matter. But you generally don't want the runes in your weapon on the rogue. You used to actually at one point, when the value of the dex gems or the main stat gems were like 300 a piece. That's actually when you wanted to actually put the runes here so you can add 600 dex. But they nerfed that a bit going into the release of the expansion. So yeah, I can't do that anymore. What am I expecting the mid-season patch? Well, they mentioned balance changes, so I'm assuming my assumption is we'll probably get a lot of little buffs to things that are underperforming on each class. Even Spiritborn might actually get a little bit of a bump for things that are underperforming, like that people are not using at all, period. That's a possibility. I don't know how much they're going to do in terms of fixing the bugs to Spiritborns that are making them, perform way over the spectrum. So I don't know if they're going to be bold enough to actually fix those bugs mid-season. But if they do, it'll probably be then or next season. So I expect mostly balance changes and also bug fixes, like general bug fixes in the game, stability issues. Can you check for me? Oh yeah, I already answered that. Sorry, yeah. I think I have a 1 GA Sky Hunter, and that's kind of literally it. That's all I got. Stash. Yeah, I also haven't done Varshan runs in a while, so So for a while, for the longest, I didn't know that like New Jeans actually did this song. Cause like New Jeans usually do more of those like cutesy, like, you know, this boy likes me, doesn't like me type of radio songs. But they're more like, you know, that kind of thing. So when I heard this for the first time, I didn't, it just didn't really sound like New Jeans at all. So I was like, oh, okay, that's New Jeans. Okay, that's interesting. I hope. I'm sick of Spiritborn. I'm done with 50 and now I'm gonna try new things, even if they're worse. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some Spiritborn, underperforming Spiritborn stuff actually does get buffed. I mean, it would make sense, honestly. But that's also gonna be along, you know, the same thing as other classes, you know, and them getting buffed, and not just underperforming Spiritborn stuff, of course. But yeah. So I use some different stuff in this build. Like what? What's that? Deleted. Kristen Blaze did a Flurry, Pitfire's Bowl. Yeah, I've heard people mention that quite a bit, and I've done those before. I ultimately settled on doing what I'm doing currently, just because I didn't think Pitfire's Goal was really worth it, especially not on a precision build. Honestly, believe it or not, if it was Rapid Fire, I would be doing it too. But there's a reason why you don't see Rapid Fire built around that. Twisting Blaze is an interesting thing, but it makes for terrible speed farming. Like you end up being slower on every activity except for maybe pushing, maybe. But then you have to find another way to proc vulnerable. So like at that point, how are you gonna proc vulnerable at that? And also you got to put points into siphoning strikes too, because you can't heal. What am I doing? So like Flurry just kind of solves a lot of it gives you a lot of things for free, and that's what makes the build feel really good. But yeah, I mean, you spend like 95% of your time speed farming. So it's like, you know, like, and the difference between like doing a push with Flurry versus doing a push with like Twisting Blaze is probably like not even a whole pit tier. Although Twisting Blaze might feel a little better once you get close enough to be able to do like rotations. But again, now you have to find a way to be able to proc or get vulnerable to proc. So how would you proc vulnerable? Like, are you gonna try to hope that that your Rain of Rails does it, or? Yeah.
Hates me, but they don't understand. A way to protect my home.
Roll vulnerable in the ring. I mean, yeah, but that means you have to give up something. It's not free. What do you give up? Crit damage, dexterity, all res? Or if you find a way to be able to cap without having all res in your ring, then that means you have to give up max health. Because that's your only other option. So you got to give up something. A lot of times when like there are different variations for like, you know, different builds, sacrifices have to be made to be able to do to generally go a different route or whatnot. That's all done. Would he have 300 Paragon today? To forever to get the last quarter from XP from 299 at 300. Yeah. I'm not surprised. Do plays a hell of a lot. And he was Spiritborn for like the first 80% of his gameplay this season. Lucky hit the proc vulnerable. As I was saying to the other guy, like, you can, sure, but you got to give up something to do it. It's not a free roll. And already rolls on random arrows is like pretty tight if you want to fit in Shroud. That's what I was saying. Like, generally speaking, you want to have dex crit damage, all res on a ring to cap. So I mean, you have to give up something important on that ring to get it. And even then, like, all of your skills have a abysmal lucky hit chance proc though. Like, Twisting Blaze has like negative lucky hit chance. Right, Random Veil's lucky hit chance is also pretty awful as well. Granted, if you're running Fist of Fate, if you're running Fist of Fate, then that helps. But then the problem is if you're running Fist of Fate, well, actually, no, you can't, because if you're running Pitfighter's Goal, then you can't put the vulnerable proc on the ring because you won't have a slot for it unless you're not taking Starless Guys, which I don't know why you wouldn't want to take Starless Guys. Um, especially if you're trying to make, you know, Twisting Blades feel, you know, a little like quicker, I guess you could say. Like, you know, the cast animation is faster. If you don't take Starless Skies, then you're basically losing out on any advantage that you might have with Twisting Blades over a Flurry to begin with. So I don't know, man. That's like real tight. That's almost like just kind of trading off, making trade-offs that doesn't really help you in the long run, unless you just want to play that way, in a sense. Kind of like it doesn't hurt to build, but it doesn't really help you either. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, he's wearing a regular glove. He has no way to proc vulnerable. He's using Tassus of the Dawning Sky. That's actually interesting. That actually, well, that's interesting, but you lose an aspect though. So you just lost, 30% damage. No, actually you lost 33% damage already by not having. Yeah, you lost, yeah, so there's no vulnerable proc. Easy way to cap res and armor though. I like that. But already you're behind 33% damage. 35% damage, sorry, because you don't have retribution, because you don't have an aspect. You don't have a utility aspect. And then you have no way to proc vulnerable, like, efficiently. And you kind of have to play around Pit Fighter's goal, which means that all your damage is coming from things that you smoke grenade, meaning the things that aren't smoke grenade isn't getting that damage at all, and you have to kind of stand still inside the whatchamacallit. I mean, and there's no caltraps. So there's another multiplier that's like not there. So if this is for pushing, because like I wouldn't do this for speed farming, like Twisting Blades for speed farming. No. But like, let's say if you're pushing, you kind of have to have caltraps. I don't think that's as much as we hate it. I hate caltraps too. As much as we hate it, you kind of have to have it. Yeah, but like looking at the setup itself, I mean, it looks like it would feel good to play, and also easy to cap resistances and things like that, which is very smart. However, you lose. He has no way to proc. He has no good way to proc vulnerable, so he's losing 20% multiplier. He has no way to. He's lost a retribution aspect, so that's 30. That's the 35%, and then he doesn't have caltraps, which is, you know, anywhere between, let's say, what, 25 to 45%, depending on the duration. That's a lot of damage to not have. Caltraps. I know I keep saying caltraps. Like I can't say caltraps or whatever. Sorry, I know you guys can't see the planner, but if I pull it up, my OBS will crash for some strange reason. So yeah, I see the guide. I see it here. But yeah, I feel like there's just a lot of damage missing to try to do what's happening here. So you lose. So you don't have you lose out on mobility, and you are effectively dealing less damage overall. However, capping resistances and armor is like super like easier with that though, for sure. But I mean, I would say, you know, keep it up. You know, I am looking for ways to. I mean, I'm always interested in ways to being able to improve something we've already done. So I'm always interested in other setups and like what people come out with. Oh, these are pretty awful. They'll call them cow traps. It's way better. Like the next build, I want to experiment with the stacking alchemical admixture to like 700% and using cold clip puncture with a poison imbue puncture glyph. Yeah. I mean, I wish alchemical admixture actually worked on the passives, because then there's so many cool things we can do. Like I would actually build Heartseeker around. Actually, initially that was my thought. My thought was to build Heartseeker around alchemical admixture because I thought that it would buff the passives. So mixed cold imbuement, mixed shadow imbuement would have gotten like a huge increase, right? So I was like, hey, cool, I can actually do this with Heartseeker. It's super easy, right? You know, because you have cold clip, and then you got shadow imbuement for the random arrows part of it. And then getting poison is easy. We can just do an elemental surge or whatever on like a weapon, or do poison smoke grenade or whatever. Bam, we got all three. But Sag, when I found out that it doesn't buff the passives, so I'm like, all right, so I guess this is just for poison builds then. Like, give us no like cool options outside of that. Crit damage from Pitfire's goal multiplies my crit damage, so it kind of gives more than the regular ring aspect. Well, see, the problem is, Chess, is that crit damage on the regular ring also multiplies your crit damage because of trick attack. So the same thing that multiplies, that the multiplier does on Pitfire's goal, regular crit damage does the same thing to a lesser extent, but it does the same thing. So keep in mind, a regular ring, you're missing out on 250% crit damage, which is a lot. So I'll put it this way: if the Pit Fighter's goal had better stats, I would totally take it. But the stats on it are awful. Like, it literally, the only reason why you want that ring is the unique affix, and that's it. But that's just simply not enough over like for precision builds. Like, basically math shows that a regular ring with good crit tempers or whatever and masterwork properly and an aspect is actually more damage. And dexterity, of course. On a precision build, that is. I'm gonna say on a precision build. Yeah, 12, masterwork on damage on next attack on Pitfires. But that stealth doesn't really matter. That stealth damage does not matter at all. It's additive. You have so much additive damage, it does not matter. Yeah, but that's additive damage. If that was a multiplier, I'd be taking that all day and every day. But that's additive damage. So that ends up being worth like what? And that's on, you said like every on next random of arrows, but it can also trigger on Flurry. Sorry, on Twisting Blaze. So you're not getting it every random of arrows attack. So you're only getting at best maybe half of that value, which will equate to roughly maybe 7 or 8% more DPS because of how much additive damage you already have in game. It's nowhere near worth what people think it is. I know, but I mean with 33%. But that's independent of each other, though. You got to remember, a regular ring, the 250% crit damage on a regular ring is like way better than that 1100 stealth damage. Like, it's not even close. Like, it's like not even remotely close. So at that point, I'm gonna say at that point, but yeah. Like I said, if it was worth that much chess, Wes, then rapid fire rogues would be doing it. We would be taking it over Starless. But it's not worth. Like why wouldn't rapid fire rogues use Pit Fighter's Goal when it's literally like also a precision build? There's a reason why. Gen Z, what's going on? Is it good for that build? Is what good? A Frost Feeder? I'd probably stay away from Frost Feeder, to be honest. There's no reason to take it. We have so many good glyphs or decent glyphs that you can use that there's no reason to really consider Frost Feeder at the moment. You went to eat, forgot to log back in. It's all good. But yeah, so I see what you're saying, Chess West. I do see what you're saying, though, Chess West. I do. And if it equated to more damage, I would totally consider it. But the rest of the stats in the ring is quite useless. That 1147% like triple masterworked on whatchamacallit is worth way less than people think it is. You know, so it's not so Chess West. It's not going to show up on stats like that. Like the double dipping value of trick attacks and crit damage itself is not going to show up directly in stats. So if you're looking at your stat sheet and thinking, "Oh, well, Pit Fighter's Gold does better on my stat sheet," that does not tell the story. You have to actually like bring out a spreadsheet and like look at it that way if you really want to know which one is actually giving you more damage. You cannot trust the stat sheet to tell you that. Like the in-game stat sheet does not tell you that. Oh, ties are dropping. Master, really? Did you have a nightmare dungeon open, Pecha? Like, did you have a nightmare dungeon open when you were doing that? Yeah, I heard there was a bug that if you had your if you open a nightmare dungeon and then you go do a different activity like Helltide, then Master Workings materials will drop. The amount of attack power went up by 30. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you you cannot. Unfortunately, it's not the player's fault by any means. It's just that the stat sheets often don't tell the story at all, and attack power is quite useless.
Gold, jewels, relics. If it shines, bag it up. Burial feels haunted by old.
But yeah, with that being said, Chess West, everything else too, you got to remember everything else in that setup that you're missing two aspects and a way to proc vulnerable. So you're missing a 20% multiplier, you're missing a 35% multiplier, and then you're missing anywhere between 30 to 45% multiplier from Caltraps. So like the amount of damage is missing in that setup itself. The Pit Fighter's goal doesn't even come close to making up for it. You're vulnerable with concealment, the node. Okay, we'll give you that then. That is true. So what about the aspect and Caltraps? How do you make up for that damage? So 35% and then what? 45% Caltraps? You use Caltraps? Okay. The build link you sent me didn't have Caltraps. Alright, so you're still missing an aspect then at that point. And you don't gain anything by missing that aspect. But like I said, I mean, I'm not here to tell you that if that's more fun for you or not. But if you enjoy doing it that way, for sure. I guess I'm just looking for improvements, and so I get a little sad because then I get hyped. It's like, yo, have you seen this variation or whatnot? And I'm thinking, oh, did he find something that I haven't found yet, kind of thing? And I look at it like, oh, I guess it's another way of doing it, but I wouldn't call it an improvement. I would almost just call it preference at that point. I couldn't really understand what you said about the sheet. So not all of your crit multipliers are going to technically show up on your sheet damage itself. That's what I'm saying. So when you were kind of making comparisons with that, there's a few multipliers that just don't show up on the sheet itself, period. That's why I don't use that as a comparison between one thing or another when it comes to precision builds. Or when it comes to any build, really. Even like vulnerable base builds, those kind of things. Yeah, so I'm hearing you with that, Chess West, but what I'm saying is, when it comes to trick attacks and scaling trick attacks, which is pretty much the main reason why, the most important thing about precision builds is being able to scale trick attacks. Trick attacks itself doesn't necessarily show up correctly on the stat sheet for crit damage. So for a regular ring, being able to stack crit damage itself or whatever like that, which directly feeds into trick attacks, isn't going to show up like something like Pit Fighter's Goals unique affix does, is what I'm saying. So you're only seeing part of the equation because the other part of the equation isn't being recognized in the stat sheet, which is leading you to believe that you're getting a lot more value out of Pitfall's Gold than you are with just regular crit damage from a ring. So like the double dipping effects from regular crit damage is not showing up on your stat sheet like that. Whereas Pit Fighter's Gold, or whatever, with the way that it's coded, does show up on the stat sheet. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not telling the whole story. I would say at the moment though, no matter how many times I switch back and forth between Piss Fighter's Goal and like a regular ring, like every one of my test runs, no matter what I was doing, the Pit Fighter's Goal ended up being like a little slower, like a tad slower. Even though technically speaking, it double dips. So it's actually more than 33%. It actually double dips. So it's actually a much bigger value than it looks. But even though the fact that it double dips, the rest of the ring stats are just unfortunately really bad, which gives a regular ring an advantage. But like I said, if it worked that way though, Chess West, if it was like literally really that good, you would see every rapid fire player using it. Because it's also because rapid fire players are all, you know, rapid fire is also based off of precision, right? So like you would see every rapid fire player using that ring. Oh, you would see the best rapid fire player currently right now, Crafty, would have been slotted that thing. If it meant like one more tier of damage, he would have totally like chose to go with that. And to quote his words on it, he says, "You simply cannot go that ring. You cannot use that ring with precision builds, despite the double dipping, because the stats don't make up for the unique affix." But again, it would be a different conversation if the stats were better. Like if that ring actually had crit damage on it or something, maybe some dexterity, well, a lot of dexterity, or ranks to trick attacks. You could try. I have tried it, Doctor. Like I don't know why people don't think I have. I legit haven't tried it. Like I have evidence of tried it on live stream. You might not have been here for it, but I do all of my testings on live stream, so people got a chance to see me swap back and forth between the two. So like, yes, I have tried it. I would never tell you something. I would never make a statement like that if I legit haven't tried it myself. The damage the stealth with Pit Fighter Shroud of Us is huge. Bro, it's additive damage, man. I don't know why I feel like I have to explain that part. And it's not 100%, so it's not like it's happening on every single Rain of Arrow attack though. Because you're mixing in Twisting Blaze or whatever. So Twisting Blazer is going to naturally take some of that proc effect away anyways. 1700% out of damage. You think that's low? It's not that it's low, it's just that it's not up 100% of the time. I'll put it this way. Make a video or something in like, let's do this. Go to training, go on a training W, okay? I want you to make a video of you attacking with Pit Fighter's Goal. Okay. I will take a look at the video. I would use that video or clip, and I'll run it through an editor. Okay. Because I want to show you that you're not getting 1700% every single time, and that you're not going to be able to get that on cast every time with Rain of Arrows, because you have to, you know, build precision stacks with Twisting Blaze. Right, so you're going to either do a 2-to-1 ratio or a 1-to-1 ratio, which means that some of that is going to effectively be wasted on Twisting Blaze, naturally. So that waters down that effect a lot. And is additive. let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What is the breakpoint of you being stealth with the Shroud of Frost death? Because it used to be where you were always stealth all the time after every single attack. Does it work like that now with Pit Fighter's Goal? Because the Pit Fighter's Goal has an internal cooldown, right? 90% of the time. I don't know about that, man. You could prove it to me with the video, break it down with the frames, and be like, look, every time I cast Rain of Arrows, I'm stealth. You do that, and I'll be like, all right, I'll concede. However, what I do know, I say they didn't know, but like actually, with that being said, let me ask you this: what's your breakpoint on Twisting Blades? Zero. Breakpoint? What do you mean? Well, you have to know what your breakpoint of Twisting Blades is, right? Like, because in order to compare the rate of attack from what you're getting from Flurry per Flurry Rain of Arrow cast, you got to know how, like, the difference between running a Starless Skies, which gives you what, roughly 50% attack speed, which is roughly 3.5, almost 4 breakpoints for Flurry. But you don't have that because Pit Fighter is. No, actually, no. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. You do because you take Starless, not regular Rain. Scratch that. Scratch that. I am curious about the stealth thing though. Fluidity bonus of % damage. Yes, it is. I do one more Nightmare Dungeon, and then I'll go into the Overshad testing realms. If Fluidity has plus 177% crowd control damage. Why would Fluidity have crowd control damage? I thought Fluidity is just. Oh, are you putting Fluidity on a? Yeah, where are you putting Fluidity? I'm curious. Also, Nornagus, appreciate the sub. I took the conduit pylon. Boo. Oh, that's Burning Butcher somewhere. There you are. Oh, he left? Oh, you're kidding. Are you serious? The Burning Butcher left. Oh, that is not cool. Can someone clip that? I gotta show that to I gotta report that. Like what? What? I just lost out on mats because the conduit shrimp pylon, like the butcher was just like, screw that, I'm gone. That's not cool. Conduits. Bro, why did that even happen? Yeah, I guess I'll finish the rest of the dungeon. You know why he left? Why'd he leave? No, tell me. You scared of the conduit? Man. But yeah, I'm sending that like right away, man. Like, are you serious, man? I'm sitting there losing. I'm losing mats because I took the conduit. Not even like that I couldn't fight, I couldn't like fight him. He just literally just wasn't even interested anymore. He just left. Not even cool. The tiny damage was too sus for him.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. With meat.
Anyways, take all this stuff here. Oh wait, did I just put all that in my? I did. So bad. I meant to right click and I didn't. I don't even know where all this stuff went. This can't even go anywhere. I don't even know where all this stuff went. Why'd I do that?
Greetings. How shall I guide? I'll keep my forge.
Anyways,
Return soon.
I know I saved one because this is the one I used. Although I don't really need the cooldown reduction, but it was I just needed the 33% for testing. So let me ask you a question here. Well, I don't know if I can like switch to it. Well, the problem is that like, so what happens because of the game's memory link? If I switch scenes on OBS, then my OBS will crash. It happened yesterday when I was trying to show someone a D3 planner. So I don't know if I can switch without my OBS crashing. Hold on. Let me lead the game first and see if I can do it. Okay. Let's. I'm gonna try it. Hopefully it's not gonna do the thing. But if I disconnect, just understand that I'll be back. And we're back. Okay, there we go. Cool. So ahead of time, the ring says your stealth once per second, right? So right there, that stealth right there just happened. Your twisting blades got the out of stealth damage. Let's go back. It'd be kind of hard to see it without like being able to do like a frame by frame editor. Is there any way that I can actually do frame by frame on this clip alone by itself? Like a plus sign or minus sign I can do. Slow mo. Make this part as slow as I can get, right? 0.25. Okay. Let's go forward a bit. Hold on. Actually, before that, I want to see what the precision stacks look like with. Are you are you are you running Blade Dancer by chance or no? No. Okay. Not that you should, but I was just curious. But the returning, so the returning blade. My assumption that is that the returning blade also probably gives you a precision stack too, right? Twisting blades is only to increase damage 8x. Where does the 8x come from? What multiplier does twisting blades give you? I guess I'm about to find out with your damage numbers then. Oh, 8%. Okay, that's a typo, sir. 8%. You said 8x. So 8 times, increasing your damage 8 times is like a 300% multiplier. That's 8. Okay, yeah, okay. That's why I was confused. I'm like, what do you mean 8x? I'm like, is there really an 8x multiplier on Twisting Blades? If so, why isn't Twisting Blades meta? Like 8x is do you know how big 8x is? Yeah, 8 times. Okay, 8%. Okay. I was like, okay. Yeah. Okay. 8%. Okay, that's okay. Okay, so even on the first couple of here, because you can kind of see where like the all right, so hold up. So the Rain of Arrows casted. No, that was still just Twisting Blade, sorry. Okay, so the first couple of shots, you actually got the Rain of Arrows to cast while stealth. And then after that, there was 2 times where the Twisting Blades actually took the stealth. Right there. See, like Twisting Blades took that stealth, and then that Rain of Arrows cast it was
Yo,
not with stealth.
dark side. We just got braided, son.
Kirk, what's going on?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Oh, whoops. What am I doing? I'm trying to read the chat.
Got Sheezy.
Ow. I don't mess up my read dance. I'm sorry. What is up, yo?
Crooked 780 raided my stream with 36 viewers.
Appreciate you. How's it going? Gotta run, help the kids so they won't go to sleep. Fair. All right, you have a good one, man. So right there, that stealth, that Twisting Blades took the stealth. Where Rain of Arrows casted, there was no stealth. So it's almost like it's hard for it to be back to back. It's just RNG because you only stealth once per second. So it's just a matter of being able to get the exact attacks, like the exact rotation to be able to do it once per second, and then to make sure that the Rain of Arrows actually gets that stealth. It's definitely not 90%, but it is happening. But like right there, it's not. So here's the thing: is the stealth, is the damage after stealth, is it dynamic or is it, or does it snapshot? See right there, didn't get the stealth there. The stealth happened here. And then your Twisting Blades used the stealth. Okay, now you're about to cast here again. Okay, Rain of Arrows didn't get the stealth right there, but your Twisting Blades. So yeah, it's like dynamic and very sensitive. Yeah, so sometimes you do get it back to back. Like sometimes you'll get like 3 casts of Rain of Arrows with stealth, and then other times it'll be the exact opposite where you're getting Twisting Blades. See right there is no stealth. But yeah, if it's dynamic, then that means that's so weird. See, Twisting Blades got it right there. Didn't happen right there on Rain of Arrows. Actually, it might have, because the stealth happened like the moment of cast. But I guess here's my thing too as well. Here's another thing to think about too as well. Since the Rain of Arrows doesn't snapshot stealth damage throughout the entirety of it, so only the first wave of the cast gets it. So like you can the snapshot mechanics per se works similarly to how Dance of Knives does somewhat. Whereas you can snapshot the concealment buffs, some other buffs. But damage after stealth is dynamic. So this means that only the first wave, if you're stealth, right? If you're stealth and you cast, then the damage of the first wave happens, which is honestly the most important, because Supreme Remnant Arrows doesn't work on the other 3 waves, only on the first one. So it's the most important wave, but it also means that your other 3 waves are not getting that damage after stealth, because you're not casting it anymore and it's dynamic. So that's just kind of more of a problem with damage versus stealth in general, because Dance of Knives was trying to be able to snapshot that too as well. But concealment buffs and stuff like that snapshots, but the stealth stuff is dynamic. So that ends up kind of hurting that. Well, that hurts damage versus stealth a lot. However, again, it just depends, because your first wave is getting. So I'll put it this way. Let me make it make more sense. Hold on. So we got. So yeah, coming down here, right? So Supreme Remnant Arrows, this right here, deals 60% increased damage to crowd controlled enemies. That only happens on the first wave. So the other 3 waves don't get this bonus, which is unfortunate. So the good news is that stealth, like anytime that you do a stealth or a Rain of Arrows out of stealth, you also get the Supreme Rain of Arrows bonus on the first wave. But just like Supreme of Arrows, that doesn't work on the other 3 waves, neither does the stealth thing does either. That's why, that's probably why you feel, or you'll kind of get these big bursts of damage sometimes, like at the start of a rain or at the start of the first wave, and then it kind of tapers off the last 3 waves, because the first wave is just way stronger in general. And then of course, if you're stacking the additive stealth damage to it, that first wave is going to look a little bigger too, just naturally. It's a lot of stealth damage. When it hits, it'll be roughly maybe 15 to 20%. But then when you got to consider that fact that it hits roughly 50% of the time, and it only works in the first wave, and you have 4, it starts to dilute a lot more past that original point. But the numbers look good though. Like the damage numbers in general look good. But it does hurt that you're losing a 33% multiplier though. I wonder if you can find a way to be able to keep either conceded, frostbitten, conceded. Conceded is my favorite because it's not conditional. But conceded, frostbitten, retribution. I'm not even using Fist of Fate currently anymore, but kill them all, what's going on? Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that, unfortunately, I mean, even just looking at it, and you can kind of see, like you saw for yourself, like that's a bug that I reported, by the way. So hopefully things like Supreme Rain of Arrows and other things that are not necessarily cool being dynamic would actually work better. Did you like, so Trust Wish, like, did you find any other way to not use tassing of the the Dawning Sky? Because that's like, because again, that's Dex and an aspect. Rain of Arrows or Dancing Knives for a rogue starter? Probably Dancing Knives. Because Rain of Arrows requires 3 uniques to before you can even like play it. Opinion on Woody's no snapshot DK. Dance of Knives. I haven't seen it. I wasn't home like most of the day today, so I didn't get to see anybody do anything. I did talk with Lexi a bit. Me and him were kind of like having like a debate on Dance of Knives stuff. What do you do? Juggernaut, dude, what's up? Oh, that was music. That's what that was. Oops. Flurry builds a fun. Is it the overpower one? I'm going back and look at it again. Sorry, I'm messy looking at the planner. Is Penitent Grease multiplier worth on a Heartseeker? No. Nah. Because I mean, you can just get a regular aspect and get the exact same multiplier. And you get Dex and you get maximum health as well. In my opinion, Pitfire has more benefits from aspect. Is it from aspect? Which aspect? You got much more DPS to boss of pit. Now, when you say much more DPS to boss of pit, can I ask how many runs did you run? Because every pit boss has wildly different amounts of HP, and not all bosses have minions. So your results are going to be wildly different based on which pit boss you fight. So like, I'm not saying that you're wrong by any means. You could be right. But like, how many test trial runs did you do? Like, is it like 30 with one setup and 30 with another? Like, you have to kind of like I would record and try to like I will pick a boss. I will pick a boss that doesn't have minions. So pick like a specific boss, and like let's say Blood Bishop. So do Blood Bishop, or keep doing pits until you fight Blood Bishop like 3 or 4 or 5 times, like just Blood Bishop. So you have to run like several pits to get there, and then record that with whatever that setup, and then go and use a new setup and do the same thing where you go and you keep doing pits until you fight Blood Bishop, and then you record the data with Blood Bishop itself. Like that's the better way to do that. I need a whatchamacallit. There are none available. Sag. Alright, we'll go for whispers then. Easy whisper. What's my favorite merc? I don't know if I have one. I don't really care about the mercs, honestly. I never have opals. You're right. Usually at this point, people just buy them because it's just much more efficient to have a, botter basically buy all, them for, the way they do, and then they sell them on the market and people just buy them. Like, that's the easiest way to actually do it. So Flurry only procs precision on crits. Would you consider utilizing the simplification to make sure you're getting more procs? Well, Flurry is going to crit no matter what because you're using trick attacks for the most part. So throughout the run, like Flurry almost always crits. And Flurry hits multiple times. So Flurry technically hits 4 times. So it's going to crit one of those 4 times every time. So you don't really need to up the crit chance anywhere really on this build. Do you think you'll hit 300 before the end of the season? I don't know. If I tried, I could, but I don't really gain anything for hitting 300. Like I gain +5 dex right now on my Paragon board. So like I have no reason. Like there's no drive to get it other than to say I got it. If that makes sense. You don't want the mouse on for keepsake. I'm not a collector, so I don't really care about any of that stuff. Like I legit, like I don't even have my waypoints unlocked on most of the maps, and I have strongholds not done. Like I don't really too much care about any of those things. I don't really transmog my mount or anything. So for me as a person, I don't care. Like, I need a little bit more incentive than the multiple hour grind of something back to back to back that I may not want to do for that long. The mount doesn't incentivize me enough. It just doesn't. Not for me, at least. Oh, where it looks like your character style up. Yeah, but that's just from like playing the game since launch. So, battle pass stuff over the course of a year and a half. But it's not because I actually went out and purposely did achievements. It's just you just end up finishing the battle pass naturally. Okay, I messed up there. Doctor, are you there by chance? I want to pick your brain for a second. I think you're like kind of lurking in the background. Okay. Which bosses did you like try to do your data on. And also, what pit tier were you doing? Like, what's a comfortable pit tier for your, you know, that you did your data on for it? Appreciate the sub. We're playing Random Barrels with the Shadow Step lately. Super fun. Yeah, yeah. Random Barrels in general is a lot of fun. It's actually not a bad time considering I had an awful start and a dead end. Expecting Malice. Bishop, for example, I killed him at 2 staggers with going when it was always for 3 staggers without. Jack Ripper just said he doesn't care. That's why. What? Say what? Norton, what you said? Have I thought about using Subo? His mini map skills are so convenient. I like the damage buffs for right here for the most part, but I guess in pit it could be viable. But I feel like Subo, like the other buffs I do like, especially the one that does give you like a crit damage buff because it does double dip. Doctor, no, you're fine. Did I enjoy Gauntlet when it was active? No. Nope. I like the concept, just not the execution. I think having to play around shrines kind of ruined it for me. But the idea I thought was actually cool. Can you play this build orally? Yeah, you can play this build. If that's what you're asking. I'm so being very inefficient right now. I'm casting like 3 or 4 arena veils, and I should be casting just 2. And then running. Anonymous gifter with another 4 gifted subs. Appreciate you. I just gotta just trust my damage and then like move on. Because it really should be like a 2-minute. Get to the boss in 2 minutes on a 90. But no, Doctor, I actually don't deny that what you're saying is probably true. Mainly due to the fact that like here, well, I have to have retribution for the most part. That's the only other like decent multiplier here I can put on, but it's conditional, meaning that it does nothing on the boss until they're staggered. Whereas Pit Fighter's goal is unconditional, and it double just with precision. So you'll definitely feel more damage outside of stagger for sure than you would with stagger, which can contribute to a faster boss kill. So I can see that. If anything, that might be like the thing I'd be the most interested in, because I like more unconditional damage thus. You do have to make up for 250%. Say yes with full aspect. What is full aspect? Have I ran into Elon yet? No. I doubt there's really no reason for him to visit my stream or speak to me in any manner whatsoever. He's ranked 19 in this game, top player. What is rank 19? Are we talking about like the third party leaderboards on the pits right now, playing Spiritborn? I mean, it's really not hard to be up there. What's the basis? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I want to start this conversation. What makes someone a top gamer in Diablo 4? Like, I'm legit curious. Or top player. Like, what makes them a top player? Is it just having really, really, really good gear, and thus, therefore, can, you know, have a better opportunity of being able to clear something higher than someone else? Is it skill related? Is it mechanics related? Is it Paragon? Is it the class you play? Like, how does that check leaderboard? So being ranked on a third-party leaderboard makes you top player. Is that how that works? On the unofficial leaderboard, you know, not like a Blizzard in-game leaderboard, but unofficial leaderboard. I mean, I'm not like no disrespect to any of the like players, and there's nothing to do with the players at all. So I wouldn't discredit any leaderboard. I'm not discrediting the leaderboard itself, but at the same time, it's third party managed. It's technically considered not canon. So for like the lack of a better way of using it. Like if the So it's cool that we got it. Don't get me wrong. It's cool that we got it. Like somebody, you know, they went out of their way to make an interface and do a leaderboard, but like it's not canon. But it's the best we got. Even when Maxroll did it, same thing. You know, not canon. But it was the best we had at the time. We have third party letters for breaking. Yeah, but those games were also like esports. You know, there was money behind it, sponsorships. There was a reason to be as legit as possible. And more strenuous with making sure those things are like, you know, properly managed and stuff. This is an action RPG on a third party website. I don't really think, not to say that, you know, Helltide.com doesn't do a great job, but like what gives them the incentive to like manage it properly? Also, what about the people who don't submit runs? But did it? Like maybe they don't want, you know, they don't have the means to being able to I don't say means to be able to record, but like, you know, they don't want to sit there and like hold the, you know, record for hours until they actually get a clear. Not everybody has like just like, you know, space on their PCs to do that. So like, how many clears do we, like, you know, that are out there that we just don't really know about? Whereas if we have like an official leaderboard, you just clear and it just shows up in the game, and then we know. I guess it just goes back. I guess it goes back to like the original thing I said I was saying before. Like what makes a top player in this game? I said like what constitutes as a top player? No, I mean, I'm like legitimately curious. I'm not like trying to, you know, tear down an argument or anything like that. Like I want to know like what. So. Does that include RMT or not RMT? Riptide. Does that include duping for the best gears or no? Yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, but the players who have RMT'd or duped are also included on the leaderboards. I didn't say you didn't. I'm just saying, like, realistically speaking, like, how do we consider a top player if they acquire their stuff not legit? Then is your effort versus them. Okay. Well, back to my original argument then. So, like, would we consider a top player who there's no way to vet how he got his gear and his stuff, or whether anyone else play on his account or anything on, say, leaderboards as a top player? This is why I have a hard time with like third-party leaderboards, because you can't really vet out anyone or anything. And like you can go back and like look at their history of sales and like whatchamacallit. Game is literally pay to win action RPG. How can anyone care about leaderboards? People do. I don't think it's a bad thing to have leaderboards in a game like this. I do think that the expectations, you know, might need to be tempered in terms of like how important having one is. But I think I don't see a reason why not, per se, for the sake of having one. Is that pushing the limits is what's the point of leaderboards in action RPGs? Yeah. I can say that. So would you say tenacity is the most important part of recognizing the top player? Because if that's the case, I am totally like a scrub in that category, because I do not have the tenacity, at least not in this game. I definitely do not have the tenacity in this game, so I will be the first one to admit that my skill in that aspect is low, like super low. All right. So here's the thing. So here's my thought, and this is just my opinion. This is just a start conversation. When I think of top players, and I know it's coming from a different background, so it's definitely some bias here, of course. When I think of top players, I think of what separates them, what makes them better than another top player. Because if you have top players, then you have to have better players amongst those top players. And what makes them top players, meaning that they're better than the other players that are not considered top players. So in my mind, I'm like, what makes that player better? What makes he or she better than another similarly stated like top player per se? Like, and given the metrics that we have right now, I find it difficult to separate those because there's so much RNG in the game. So if, let's just say that if it's gear acquisition, right? Right. If it's gear acquisition, right? This isn't the game for that. Oh yeah, I know that. I'm for sure. I know. That's why I'm just trying to figure out how do we gauge that here? Because or how could we gauge it here, right? Is it gear acquisition? Because that kind of goes both ways. I mean, if you play more time and you're more efficient farming, you're going to naturally come across better gear, but not always, because RNG is, RNG is rough. It could be trade acquisition. Maybe you're really good at trading and knowing the value of things and be able to manipulate the market. That's a skill. It may not be a in-game skill, but it's a skill nonetheless that works towards you acquiring the gear, said gear that you need to do whatever you're trying to do. Then there's hit pushing, of course, right? But at the same time, if someone did a 115 and then someone else did a 115, who's the better player? Like, well, let's just say one person did the 115 in 40 attempts. The other person that took 300 tries. Do we just automatically assume that the person that did it in 40 attempts is better than the person that did it in 300 attempts? Like, maybe you might maybe somebody might say, okay, well, yeah, of course. If he did it in 40, the other guy took 300, of course he's better. But how do we manage that? Because what if a 115 team requires Spirit Caller? And so what if just the RNG just didn't roll for the guy who tried 300 times, whereas the guy who tried 40 times might have gotten Spirit Caller like 20 times? So like, do we say that the guy who did it in less attempts is better, or more attempts is better? Like, how do we gauge that? And then of course there's, not only just the gear acquisitions, but like, let's say duping, let's say real money, you throw all those into the mix, and it gets very like muddy in terms of like a standard, I guess you could say. You know what I'm saying? Like a standard. And again, like this, like, I guess what sparks this conversation, I guess, is I think someone mentioned something about Elon Musk being a top player or something like that. Because of L-tie leaderboards or whatever like that. So I guess that just sparked the conversation. I'm like, well, what is a top player? Right? Like, I think it's actually a problem gaming general where everything is made to be competitive. You're right, Riptide. Like I've been like practically, technically, I'll say 95% in agreement with you. Most of the things you mentioned, but it's just we just say the Spiritborn is the better player. Well, I guess at that point it's like whoever cleared the highest hit is the better player per se, right? So I mean that can be a thing, but then of course that's class balance, build balance, those kind. But I guess builds is personal. Like if you pick a build isn't that strong as another build, and you're trying to push and piss, that's technically still your fault. If you're trying to be competitive, that's your fault at the end of the day, right? Class 2 as well, I guess, if it's still your fault. I mean, because you can take that same philosophy in like a fighting game or a shooter or whatever like that. Like, you want to use, whatever character or whatever like that, and that character is C tier, that's your fault if you're not going up the ladders or whatever, unless you're just that skilled with that C tier character, which some people are, but most people are not going to be able to do it that well. I don't know. This is what I guess it's partially human nature. Yeah, people. I guess that's the thing though. Like, I guess that's the thing about leaderboards in this game too, because we can go back to leaderboards, right? Like with leaderboards, if we have leaderboards, can we say someone is better than someone by looking at the leaderboard? I'm for leaderboards. Don't get me wrong. I'm for leaderboards, but I guess the reason why, even if leaderboards were in a game right now, especially if it's attached to pit, I have a hard time being like, this person is better than that person because that person cleared 1 GR higher. Oh, sorry, 1 pit tier higher. And it's like, but there's so many factors, right, in that equation. I mean, it could be true. That person who got second place versus the third place person or whatever like that, it could be true. That person could be, I guess, better in some metrics. But it's impossible to like have a standard to be like, okay, for sure. It needs to be overwhelmed. Yeah, overwhelmed. Yeah, like the whole what is it? The Infernal Horde thing I was talking about. Because they could be fishing for easier. They can be fishing for easier mobs. Well, yeah, true. But then I assume that like if you're competing, then you're all fishing for easier mobs. So everybody's on the not equal playing field, because it's not equal, but the terms are, you're going to sit there and be fishing for hours. So you have the same mindset of trying to get the easiest mobs. So you're both doing the same thing, technically, right? At least you should, if the point is to like climb up the leaderboard, right? So 2 players should be doing the exact same thing anyhow. One person might get luckier and get better attempts than someone else, but what you're looking for should be roughly the same. Should be. someone said I missed it up there. Somebody like said somewhere like you recognize Rudijo as like a top player in the game, and that I can see. But because there's so many factors that involve what Rudijo does that will make you consider, okay, he's just that well-rounded of a player in terms of understanding the game, what he can do. Obviously, he has skill. He's done a lot of different things. Rank one, first to get to 100 world. I mean, there's a lot of factors you can kind of use, I guess, to determine that he would, be a top player if you want to use those kind of accolades, right? I guess so. Like, but then again, there's also that hardcore thing. Hardcore, being harder or more challenging than softcore. But then you have lower pit levels, of course, lesser gear. So so gear and stuff like that can't be used as a metric anymore, per se, because hardcore players will naturally have worse gear overall, because the market is different. The trade market is vastly different, right? Yeah, so like the more I talk about it, the harder and harder it becomes to like have standards for how we determine that. How many people can beat the game with only blue gear, kind of thing? You'd be surprised. I'd say quite a few. I'm gonna say quite a few players, but definitely more players than you think. It's just that they don't do it because they're well. I'll put it this way: for content creators, their audience might not be into it or nor care. Panda's done it on all classes, right? Like Panda Glassjaw has done it on all classes. So technically speaking, he's actually done more blue gear challenges than anyone else, at least from what was recorded. I'll put it that way. Who knows what anyone in China is doing that hasn't recorded anything? Pretty sure it's like half white pieces and half character naked over there. I don't know. I do feel like Panda is like one of those players that doesn't get enough like respect isn't the right word for it, but like credit for the things that like he does. Oh wow, actually died. Shout out Panda Glassjaw. Yeah, he might be lurking. He lurks quite a bit, like here quite a bit. Yeah, let me actually pay attention. Oh, this is Mother's Judgment. Oh, and that's a really bad freaking Elias variation. Yeah, that boss variation, that Elias variation, plus Mothers. Took way longer to do. For D4 specifically, you want to find good players. Look at people that create builds that level of knowledge and dedication to test it out are usually big hints. Animations are cool. How it wasn't hordes? What part? Let me get a Realm Walker because I have like no whatchamacallits. He said he was hanging out with you earlier where he's playing Skyrim. He's always away super early. Let's go. Go. This is by far the worst season of D4, but it's still good. It makes sense to anyone that's that way. The only way I can explain how I feel about it. So that's definitely a hot take. That is a massive hot take. I can name some seasons that were definitely worse than this season. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend that this is a good season. I'm not by any means saying that this is a great season, but I can absolutely name you some seasons that are definitely worse in my opinion. Namely season 1, season 3. Season 2 was okay. I actually put season 2 and season 6 probably closer together. But like season 1 and season 3 were definitely worse. In my opinion. You like season 1 as well, Tinder? Like season 1 had nothing, like literally nothing. We had like a couple of hearts or whatever, and then that was kind of it. And we just ran Nightmare Dungeons. Literally, that was it. Like it was like one of the most bland seasons we've had. Season 3 was universally disliked. I'll put it that way. The pet was, I don't say awkward. It was okay. Like the pet was okay, but like the whole like new zone or the new maps or whatever. I even forgot what they were called, vaults or whatever. The whole like having to dodge mechanics in the vaults, or whatever, just did not pan out too well. Just Spiritborn kills season 6. I would say Spiritborn kills season 6 if you played Spiritborn. I think you had a better experience if you didn't play Spiritborn. This doesn't mean that I thought like season 6 was great, but I do think that you would have had a more of a longer term experience of season 6 if you did not start it with Spiritborn. However, I will say that the instant gratification was way better on Spiritborn, obviously this season. So like for the first 5-6 days on Spiritborn, it probably felt very good because you were progressing so quickly. But then that was it. Yeah, nothing else to do after that point, really. made the season hard for all classes without Spiritborn. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, you know, some work to get your stuff and progress and stuff like that. That was kind of the point. Spiritborn just happened to skip a lot of that. Which honestly makes it a little hard for Blizzard to kind of get an idea of like how the progression system really feels, because if a huge number of your population is playing Spiritborn and they're skipping the progression, how much data are you actually getting from other classes, and do you have enough data from other classes? Are people playing enough of the other classes long enough to really give them a sense of progression? Wait, what just happened? Oh, I went in the cellar on accident. I was like, wait a minute, what just happened? No, wait, no. No, what happened to no. What happened to the Realm Walker? Did it die in that short period of time that I accidentally went into the cellar? Really? Wow. Like, wow. That's bad. That's horrible. Oh, man. Oh, I rezoned? Oh, because I went to the cellar in an accident? A misclick ruined it for me. You did a homebrew Spirit Bone all the way up to ST4, so I feel like I got a decent bit of progression, so to speak. It says 5, owns 4, owns 2, owns 0, owns 6, own 1. Didn't play 3 because you knew it was bad. That is right, yeah, you did skip 3. I even tried to talk you into trying something, and you're just like, nah, I'm good. I'll just wait. Oh wow. Okay, I need my elixir. I really will be a stream dev talking about season and bugs, Spiritborn, about the mid-season update. So apparently the campfire is supposed to talk about the mid-season update and like the balance of the game, etc. Or balance of the classes or whatever, game, state of the game, that kind of stuff. I have no idea what they're planning on doing with it in terms of stuffs, but bro, what's going on? You said when's campfire? I don't know. I'm gonna know that too. I have no idea. I should know, but I honestly do not. But yeah, if you follow the OP build all the way, you definitely zoom through the content.
It is done.
I'm so salty that I lost my whatchamacallit. Oh well, we'll do some Inferno Hordes. Has anybody noticed that I've actually stayed on standard view distance for the past couple of days? So this isn't the normal view distance. Or sorry, this is the normal view distance. This isn't the far distance that everyone changed to when it was available. When I first changed back to standard like a couple of days ago, I was like, oh man, this is so close. And I guess now I've kind of gotten used to it. Yeah, there's a fire. I'll show you after this. Yeah, they introduced it, I think, in what, season 4? Season 5? Season 4? Season 4, I think it was. So it wasn't always a thing. Alright. So I've been playing normal view distance, right? If you go to gameplay. It's gameplay. Is it gameplay or is it graphics? There it is. Graphics. So standard and far. So I'll pull back. You see how it pulls back a little bit? Now, if I was playing like a range build, I would never do the other way. But the game just looks so good at the standard distance or whatever. Even if it is less efficient, because you can't see as far away. You ready on fire? But yeah, but like, so the game was initially designed around the standard view distance. But of course, players, you know, including myself, wanted the option to kind of pull back the camera a little bit. But if you go back to standard, you quickly see like how the game's art design was designed around the original view distance, because things pop a lot better at standard distance. It just looks considerably better. The details and stuff. Obviously, again, you know, it's more efficient to just keep it at far or whatever like that. But sometimes I do want to enjoy the game's look, how they originally like, you know, did it. Because like the art team is usually like pretty damn good and has been, you know, has done a great job with the way the game looks. See, you see how much just like pops now, like versus being do this, I back up, and it's like not muted, but like it's not nearly as sharp. Yeah, like, yeah, it's just so, yeah. Also makes rain arrows look a lot cooler too. Like when you're watching it as a viewer, like the rain arrows have more definition, so it's kind of cool to look at. It is more immersive, yeah, it is. But again, like I said, you see better from the far distance, so from an efficiency standpoint, especially if you're playing range, it's hard to really justify trying to play standard distance. Why are there experience wells and dungers if you can't click on them and activate them? You might have already activated. Check your buff bar. No? Okay. Well then, that's weird. Said that the event ends in 11 hours and 30 minutes. Burning Butcher. Some Hellborn at the end. Any plans to play Dragon Age? Probably not. Actually, when does Dragon Age come out? I'll put it that way. Let me say that first before I just say no. Oh, it just came out. Okay. If it was, I guess like, I'm saying, I guess like now wouldn't be a terrible time to play other games like as a second game. Play some D3, sorry, D4, some Dragon Age, whatever. But don't. Why not? He says not a good idea. I have someone saying it's good, someone saying it's not. Mika, what's going on? I don't know. I'm conflicted, guys. What do I do? It's a troll shard. Your Dragon Age game is the worst game you've seen all year. Why? What makes you say that? I mean, I don't know anything. I haven't seen literally anything, so I have no opinion.
More than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
What's my mid damage with that game style? I'm playing a Heartseeker, but highest forget. Yeah, Rain of Arrows is definitely going to perform better than Heartseeker in general. also think that victimized builds in general are just a little further behind. Not to the fault of like Barrage or Heartseeker, but just the nature of how victimized works now. If I could build Heartseeker a different way other than victimize, I would. But unfortunately, I can't. At least maybe not into the mid-season patch or whatever. They make adjustments. Diablo content creator is now streaming DA. Yes, it's nice looking. Gameplay is not your style. Okay. What is the gameplay? Can someone describe it to me? Like, what is it like? Baldur's Gate. Sir, are you saying the gameplay style is like Baldur's Gate? Is that what you're saying? Gameplay is nothing like Baldur's Gate. Okay. The PoE 2 get canceled? No, definitely not. That's like one of the most hyped games in the, well, the most hyped game right now in the action RPG genre, by far. It just got delayed, or the early access or beta, whatever you want to call it, just got delayed. That's all. Definitely not canceled. You select your action like, oh, so it's like a turn-based. Like, I played Final Fantasy Tactics or whatever. Well, that's different. Like I mean like the older Final Fantasy series. Like Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10. Is that what you mean? I actually don't mind that. I actually used to be big into JRPGs, I guess you can call them. I played a lot of older titles like Star Ocean and well, Legend of Dragoon. I guess you can consider that a RPG or a JRPG. There's some others that were like weren't really as well known that I liked a lot. I can't like recall the names or whatever of most of them, but I used to rent them a lot from Blockbuster way back in the day. I'd be mad because like I'll never like finish them before I had to return the game back, because I'm like the one that like always wants to do all the side quests and try to like level up and whatnot. But you know, Blockbuster at the time was like a weekend rental So I didn't want to rush through it, but then I also wanted to beat the game. I had to just run it again the following weekend to finish it up. So I had to make sure I had my little save card, a little like. Oh, Dragon Age isn't turn-based. Okay, gotcha. Oh, let's say it says you select your action like Final Fantasy series. So I thought that selecting your action is usually synonymous with turn-based. Because that's why I misunderstood that. How much crit damage do I have? A lot. Like 4,300? Somewhere around that range. Regular gloves better than Fist of Fate random arrows. Honestly, they're very close. I tend to like Fist of Fate when I'm doing like higher pits because easier stagger on bosses. So over time, you should be able to dish out a little bit more damage on bosses. But I kind of like regular gloves for like the rest of like everything else. Because my damage isn't so sporadic. I can time how many random arrows I need for a specific situation if I'm speed farming or whatever. Whereas Fist of Fate's damage range is so wild that like just casting one random arrows might not do it in certain situations, which is why I kind of prefer the regular glove. Does the aspect matter? Yeah. And you'll just throw in Retribution. Although you can get away with intercom. Like intercom would actually work pretty well, but mainly on bosses. Oh, for the Fate, yeah. The unique affix matters a lot. It's probably the only thing that really matters on that. Like you don't even need to like GA on anything. But you do need a high roll Fist of Fate. But having a lucky hit chance GA certainly helps with stagger, but it's not like it's not like a night and day you must have, otherwise the build doesn't perform type thing. Unlike the other builds that have Fist of Fate attached to it. Yeah, the unique affix is very important. The most important part of that. For random arrows, that is. Extended gloves are more consistent, but Fist of Fate can go higher in damage. Well, yeah, naturally, because you're rolling anywhere between 1% to 300%. It doesn't mean that you do more damage overall. It just means that your damage is either really bursty or really crappy. But on average, you deal like 50. Fist of Fate gloves is worth 50% damage on average. Shooter, what's going on, man? Appreciate the sub.
Yo,
And the
dark
raid.
side. We just got raided, son.
What is up, sir?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Executor_Odin raided my stream with 10 views.
What up, man? How's it going? Organically, Jamie, what's going on? Doing all right? Using the other gloves with ultimate plus ultimate damage on him. Any reason why you chose to do that over, like, let's say, like a regular glove? Just better than the Fist of Fate you have. The Fist of Fate has to be really bad for the, what is it? The Grasp of Shadows to be better. Like really bad. I mean, if like Fist of Fate has to be like 200% and like 1% rolls on like the stats for you to consider. Because like the ultimate damage doesn't really matter that much, honestly. After a certain point, you just really want enough to cap your no witness, and then after that, it's just additive. So, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not something you go after. Like I wouldn't take that over like a regular glove with crit damage by any means. Like 200 and something crit damage is going to be worth way more than any amount of ultimate damage you can get on a Shadow Grass or Grass of Shadow. Sorry. Or she's chasing Water Forest, yes. Daggers or swords for random arrows? Swords, because swords have a crit damage implicit. This has been a horrible run so far. My Aether is like so low. Said without Aether, without Hellborns, they've got to get Aether. Yep, pretty much. They need to rebalance the boons like big time. I have a hard time picking between LP Flurry or Rain of Arrows. I should next build a try. So, honestly, I would probably do both. But I would start with Rain of Arrows because it's a lot easier to gear. whereas OP Flurry is hella hard to gear. So like, you can go from random barrels, get that good, and use that to farm your overpowered Flurry, because that's gonna take a while for you to get, like considerably longer to get. So you think you can build out either right now? Well, unlike random barrels, you don't have to hit the masterworks. So building OP Flurry is one thing. Hitting the right masterworks with the right GAs is a whole different story. So unless you know you have the amount of masterworking materials to be able to get the correct masterworkings, it's going to be a challenge. I'm not saying don't go for it. I just think people underestimate what it really takes to play that build well, or to get that build up and running well. Like if you halfway do it, or if you kind of only got it, or you don't, like the master workings are decent but not like what it needs to be, then it's going to feel bad. Or not having the correct GAs, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I guess I want you to come back and be like, yeah, I tried overpower Flurry and it was bad. And I'm like, well, it's not bad. It's just maybe like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that build is very sensitive to gearing, extremely sensitive to gearing. So I guess as long as you know that. Okay, well, go for overpower Flurry then. I finally got Hellborn at the very end. Eh. Kind of want to use Advantage Elixir.
What's left, you ask?
Game needs an armory bad. It does. It does, for sure. It's such a bad layout. Ugh. You live. There's a pretty big difference with and without the whatchamacallit elixir. Messed up. Yeah, I messed up. Oh, I guess I'm running out of glyphs to level. I guess now at this point. Many various builds also for farming and then switching to rapid fire for pushing, but can't with that armory. Well, depending on how you want to go, I mean, you can just stick it out with random variables for pushing. I mean, it's like what 2.5 tiers, like lower, I guess. About that much, 2.5, 3 tiers. But if you like rapid fire for pushing, obviously, you know, do that. Like, you like absolutely do that. I wonder how I feel if I was to go back to. So crit damage, I think it's like 4,300. You also need a skill, Paragon, import, export. Yeah, I wonder how they're gonna approach it when they actually do an army at some point. Wow, messed up there too. Yeah, so I guess that didn't really make a difference. I think I'm gonna go back to what I was doing before. Yeah, that's what you heard. Have to rework all classes to scale with the Spiritborn now. Why would they do that? I guess, like, where do we assume Spiritborn is without their like major bugs?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Like, I think they might want to make other classes stuff more interesting across the board. I don't know about like reworking to be on like the Spiritborn's levels damage or output. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think I have another pair. No, I'm curious.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Actually, you know what? I can just do it via planner, so I don't have to waste some masterworks on it. Yeah, that just seems way too much investment. It's better just to do it elixir this way. Regions. Oh, still nothing good. Actually, wait. Curious is it's a whisper. I'll do one. Skills. Generally speaking, I mean, as long as you get cow traps and smoke grenade in there, I don't think it really matters which one you do first. As much, up to that way. It's kind of hard to mess it up. But you just gotta press all your buttons. Cow trap, smoke grenade, unstable elixir, so potion, evade for your Balestra proc or whatever, and then you just go ham. But that's on stuff that requires like that is like, you know, elites or bosses or whatever. But like trash, you just go up and spam flurry and random arrows and they just die. You know what though? I thought I was gonna actually like Cuirass Undercity a bit more than I ended up liking it. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's really that much fun. I think it's more so because part of the excitement I felt initially when I was playing this was the fact that you could fail. Like, you know, not, you know, you had to kind of make choices sometimes where it may not necessarily, benefit your reward, but it meant that you can clear. But like when they definitely made it easier to be able to, you know, well, clear and not fail, I feel like kind of like the part of the reason for wanting or for doing it, or what made it more exciting and, you know, to do this was the fact that you can possibly fail. Now it's just kind of just feels like every other content that you kind of just spam through without thought, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's no like adrenaline like it was at once before. I remember back earlier in the season, you know, I had to really be careful with which tributes I used because it's like, oh well, you know, my build isn't fast enough, or I can't, you know, I'm not strong enough to kill, you know, such and such. So there was adrenaline there, and it felt, you know, like you were kind of on your toes a little bit. But like I said, now they've kind of made it considerably easier, and I'm just like, eh. Only certain tributes that we're doing for City. Well, that's true too, but I mean, that's about the gameplay in general, like what you do inside Undercity, not just the rewards. But yeah, that too. Which makes the Heartseeker important, only Victimize. Victimize is doing basically all your damage towards the end game. If you're just starting out with the build, I do suggest, like just starting out like almost brand new character or whatever ish, then I do suggest that you do like Moonrise and Adaptability early, just because they actually scale pretty well early on, like really well early on. But once you start working yourself into Ancestral Planner and the Mythic Planner, then you want to move away from that. Because they underestimate how strong people can get. That's true, yeah. But like I said, like I do think that like the flair or like the entertainment factor is kind of gone with Cuirass, just because it's just literally just the same thing you do everywhere else, kind of. Now, the one unique feature is no longer really a feature. Still, it's better than doing Gauntlet. I'll tell you that much. The thing that it technically replaced, but we don't talk about Gauntlet here. Gauntlet was your favorite mode? Like for real, for real? Like no cap, for real?
Starting from nothing.
I was going to say, I was like, I mean, you did. I mean, I'm not gonna say nothing that that's what you like. I mean, it is what it is. Just yeah. Thought you might have been serious for a sec.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? Sublime.
We'll play with this a couple of times. I might. All reses went straight to hell. My armor's gonna go to hell. Still not cap. That's alright. It's not gonna matter in the 90s, I don't think.
Impressive.
Anything could be.
Maybe we'll switch out these two. Franklin with the sub, appreciate you. Is there much love? What's happening, man? That's how it feels. Feel about this now. Resurrect the malice. Just got home chilling with the GM. Brownlee says that I'm up to 2300 vulnerable and 36 deaths. Heartseeker still can't get the pay 80 boss. Were you the one that was didn't have the exploit glyph that one time? Or is that someone else? Stretch, forgot to do that. That was you? Okay. Yeah. I'm assuming there might be a couple more things that's missing, but 2300 vulnerable damage is still kind of low. Dex is nice though. You got quite a bit of Dex. Yeah, pit 80 should totally be doable. Unless you're getting like, well, I'm not even saying unless you're getting bad bosses, but unless you're getting like Mother's Judgment like back to back to back to back, you should be fine. Because I know that when I was on Heartseeker, I used to farm 80s, roughly like 75 80s. What level is your exploit glyph? And do you have like fluidity or fluidity or diminish on? I think on the vulnerable magic nodes. What helm are you using, Brownlee, again? Sorry. Just trying to cover all bases here. Cow trick attacks. Okay. So here's the thing. If you're gonna run with Cow on Heartseeker, then all bosses without minions is going to be naturally a struggle. If you have an Air of Perdition, I would try that for a couple of runs and see how you feel. Appreciate the follow. I guess at this point, just got all my 90s up there. For those doing victimize, I tried that before with 1 gear with damage per dark shroud and the skill of the victimize. From 449 to 20 to 2. Sorry, 449,000 to 2 million is actually a huge jump if it's just one piece of. Oh, two damage per Dark Shroud gear.
What's left, you ask?
I guess there may be a reason to explore that. Initially, I was going to actually build Heartseeker Victimized with damage per Dark Shroud instead of like vulnerable tempers. Initially, then I kind of like chose against it. So I don't know. There might be something there. With the commercial, I'm going to talk about the Kyle the Nameless. Yeah. So, because you're wearing Kyle the Nameless, you're kind of relying on bosses with minions big time. So, if you have an Air of Perdition, I would try that. Like, swap to that, do the same thing. They nerfed damage per Dark Shroud. Yeah, they did. I mean, they didn't. It's not. They didn't kill it, but it's not as good. It's not as good as it was last season. It's all 78. I can't get them for pit 75. I'll try it. Yeah, try air. Air is gonna be because it's gonna be more consistent. Even if Cal is like a little stronger, the air will feel a lot better against the bosses. Why can't they use that precision work on marksman skills? Like all marksman skills? Well, they used to, actually. It used to be that way for a while, and then we complained that our precision would be wasted on basic attacks when we were doing combo point builds, because combo point builds at the time were meta. Like almost everything was combo points. So like there was no way to like track your basic attack and not have it be wasted while building combo points. So that's why they removed it from that. Which at the time makes sense. I still think it makes sense now, but it would be kind of neat for like, you know, to be able to build a Heartseeker build around precision or something. Like that'd be pretty cool. I would like that a lot. To be precision works on spenders. You mean like stacking or like spending? Appreciate the sub. The gift the sub, thank you. Shafron's off there with another gift this up. Appreciate you. You guys insta boss room. Alright, so I'm not getting the bosses I want. So I'm just gonna kick it up to 95. Button. Good as this? Rain of Arrows. Okay, Leo. I like that. I like that. So work with combo point and basic skills using Varathiel. Okay, so like if you use Varathiel, then you can stack and spend precision. Is that what you're saying? And without Varathiel, the basic attacks won't do so. Like it'll stack but won't spin. Because I would like that a lot. Like that would actually allow you to, you know, I perfected my Rain of Arrows build. There's always something to there's always something to find, I guess you could say. I mean, I think it's mostly perfected, but I'm still like I still go back and forth and play around with a few things, but I think it's very close. We're talking about like 90, 95%. Why did I stand in that? Why did I stand in that? I knew I shouldn't have stayed in there. Are you still alive? Should do it. Okay, I guess I can 3 random barrels it, I think, per elite pack. It's kind of where I was even without goal. Wait, what happened? Why couldn't I cast? Are you serious? I couldn't cast for like a while. It's bad. Yeah, this should be a Giga Blast. I just killed the minions, yep. Dude, what's going on? Mr. Maricap, what's going on, man? It's been a minute since I've seen you. How you been? Every 2 pets is always a pair of DR mobs. I should probably cap my stuff. I'm not capped on armor or all-res on that run. But I think I need to be fair to this though. I probably should like make a serious attempt to farm for a better ring, so I can kind of get a better idea. But I won't lie and say I don't like the unconditional damage that it gives versus having to go like retribution. But missing all that crit damage does, and dexes does hurt a little. But as long as I hit all my targets with a smoke grenade, it doesn't feel horrible. But in order to run this the way I'm running it, I have to. Actually, I probably have to. I guess I could just do all res here, or just run soothing spices or whatever. How do I have that actually? For now, just a cap. Do I like playing with cow traps? No, I do not. I hate them. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. But it's a necessary evil, especially in the precision builds. You just have to, fortunately. Yeah, the animation sucks. I keep telling the devs every single season, the same feedback every time. And I don't know if they're working on it or what, but it sucks. This is pretty fast for a 95. When did they get hit by the wave? Okay, finally, some as, but a little late. My luck? What luck am I getting? 45% with little downside would be too strong. So I think the length of the animation is fine. So like, I don't think we should be able to cast caltrops faster. I just think that the animation should just be different. It actually didn't feel too terrible. Again. Cleared 80. You did it with the air, didn't you? Air perdition. Air perdition makes the boss fights like a bit easier, quite a bit easier. But your damage getting there is a little less. But the boss fight feels a lot better with air. Is there anything specific you'd like to see for Rogue and mid-season patch? I don't know if the things I would want would be considered in the mid-season patch. Like I think it'll require too much work for a mid-season patch. Things I would want to see on the Rogue. Honestly, like a rework for alchemical advantage, or at least allow it to work with the passives of all the imbuements. Stuff like that. Did I see Wujo's video about Rogue? No, I haven't. I'll probably check it out later. Either that, or I'll just ask him, "Hey, what'd you say in your video? Give me a quick rundown." To run through the pit, is it better to kill more mobs or the bigger ones? Both if you can, but generally the elites is what you want to try to hit or go after. I don't know how much I really want to invest in it, but I won't lie and say I don't like I won't lie and say that I don't like the idea of investing into something that is also more unconditional damage. But the biggest question is how much do I really want to invest in it, in case I don't end up liking it at the end of the day. But right now, I feel fine with it. But it is considerably more work with the lining up the smoke grenades and making sure you hit enough people, because you're causing an action. So that's more smoke grenades and less random arrows. But the damage is unconditional. So there is that. Brownlee, appreciate the sub. But I also have a shitty Fires Gall. And I didn't even masterwork it yet. So I just literally left it as it is, because like all of the stats on it are like pretty awful. Anyways, the stealth thing can help a teeny bit, but that's if my random arrows actually lines up, and it's gonna only line up with like with the first cast of the wave of arrows. So I don't know. I might just leave it just not masterwork, because there's almost no point. You know what would be the ultimate test? If I can one wave everything in the 90s. Like, can I? Yeah, I was confident this wasn't gonna die. Because I got crap controlled too quickly. You said this is your jam? You said what's my thought on Rudy Joe's video? I didn't see it yet. I was busy all day, so I didn't do any interneting basically earlier. That felt kind of similar to my normal stuff. Would you ask for non-staggered damage and to be able to deal damage to stuff that's not CC'd? Oh, that's stuff that we always talk about. Yeah, I mean, me and Mippy complain about that all the time, like straight, like literally directly to the devs. And it took Woodyo like a week and a half later, 2 weeks later to get on board because he wasn't playing Rogue at the time. He was playing Spiritborn. But me and Mippy have been like talking about that for a while. I made like 3 or 4 posts and comments about it. Like, it is ridiculous that we are kind of forced. What do the devs respond? Well, I mean, I can't really tell you exactly. I can't tell you what the conversations are. All I can tell you is that like we can provide feedback. Like we provide feedback, but I can't tell you what they say. I can't tell you the conversation. But let's just say me and Mippy have talked about that a ton already. I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Sure. Why not? Just finish the rest here. And I guess I could go I'm no way to be able to proc the whatchamacallit though. Which is Sag, but that's alright. No. It disappeared before I get there. Whatchamacallit? Mother's Judgment. Yeah, this is actually good. I wanted to fight her. I forgot I can't take it without the Dark Shroud. Oh man, alright, well whatever. Normally I could have tanked that. Okay, it kind of just feels like a side grade, honestly. But it's hard for me to say because I haven't really invested in the ring as much. But I don't really think the additional stuff damage is going to make that big of a difference since it only works in the first wave anyway. But it's not bad. I guess it feels like another way to do the same thing. Almost like a preference. Rare stars used to be feast, they still can be, but you got the unfortunate skeleton with bears. This is gonna be a bad run. He's in piss very new to D4 should override. Get to aren't fully fleshed out. That's true. I think they have time to make adjustments and things to really make stuff like that feel better. But I guess sometimes it makes you wonder and worry. Not worry, but wonder sometimes where it's like stuff that you're taking inspiration from that you should also kind of like do a better job of learning from. For instance, obviously the pits and GRs, like grid riffs or pits are basically grid riffs in a sense. So it's like looking at all the things that they went through, right, to make grid riffs actually kind of decent to farm and play and whatnot. Like it was horrible for like the first couple of years easily, but it's like you have all that data from when it was horrible and how to hopefully steer clear away from some of those same things. And I feel like we're kind of back to some of those problems again that we did not like in Diablo 3 when taking inspiration from a similar system. I know I just said a huge word salad there, but I'm sure you guys kind of understand what I'm saying. So I'm sure Piss would be better at some point, but it's just taking them so long. And you've had inspiration from previous games to kind of see how to not do certain things. So like my faith in that is a little meh at the moment. This is going extremely fast for a 95. Is Widow Con important to have GA ultimate damage or just cooldown reduction? Mainly just the cooldown reduction. I would say it would be a little more important. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I really I don't know. I gotta play with this more. There's not like a clear cut winner here. This would Pit Fighters go, yeah. to the resources for a bit. Why? Lost on Undercity? I kind of lost interest when it became impossible to fail. The thing I thought that was the coolest thing about Undercity, other than like, you know, targeted farming and your rewards or whatever, is that you could fail. So there was strategy, you know, you had to kind of think about your, you know, your route, where you're going to go before you just go. But now you can't fail. It just feels like another speedrun event, somewhat, that you just put no thought into until you get to the end. And so I find that boring. You know what I'm curious about? It's just now I'm like messing around with things. Let me remove the Starless Skies. Ever done Sigil stuff? No. Or not this season, no. I did it in a review build, but did not do a single thing this season with it. I haven't even finished the quest, I don't think. The quest line. Unlocks Dark Citadel. Yeah, haven't even done that. Good morning. Asking for advice for Barrage build. Should I just craft Starless Skies first or False Death? False Death for sure.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips.
Nah, I bet you I can't cap now. Oh yeah, see, like barely under. Because Starless does the Starless stuff. Oh well. Actually, wait a minute. Can't cap. I'm just using the wrong jewel in there, that's all. Okay. Alright, so gotta imprint retribution on this stuff. I have no idea how this is gonna feel, and I never even like put thought into this, but we're just gonna YOLO. Just cause. Just got a 1200 Aether or using your skill we built from yesterday. Nice, nice. I'm still like dumbfounded how I came across that when I did. Totally by accident, of course. It doesn't really feel any different really without the Starless. Even though I'm like 3 or 4 breakpoints behind like on the Flurry cast. Wow. I must have ate like a bunch of those. I'm trying to get my concealment up. Nah, I still didn't kill enough enemies apparently. Or at least the way I went was a dead end. Yeah, more barrier without Starless. Naturally, yeah. So I roughly get to about similar HP with the Mother's Judgment every time, no matter which setup I go for. Like Mother's Judgment, Blood Bishop. Did I cow trap into something? Probably did. Yeah, see, like, I guess end up around the roughly the same HP every time after the third stagger. But I could tell you that I'm considerably less tankier for sure. Without Dark Shroud. But I didn't really feel the benefits of trying to do the stealth thing because it really only helps on the first wave. If it worked on all 4 waves, different story. But it doesn't snapshot all the way through. So even all that stealth damage that might give you another chunk of like 20-30% because there's so much additive. And it's only the first wave, so it ends up being like 6%, 5% overall. And I can't take those shots. I'm actually very surprised I can't. That's interesting. Dark Shroud is like really tanky, but like, man, that's actually kind of crazy. I guess I've been spoiled with not having to dodge those things anymore. All right.
Hello.
All right, let's go back to a regular setup now, or the original setup. and get in. Where is my thing? And there we go. Do you think they'll make a discount for the expansion on Black Friday? I don't know. It's actually a good question. No idea. This definitely feels better for speed farming. I don't have to worry about like if the smoke grenade doesn't give me a wide coverage, I'm not losing the damage. So like the little trash mobs that I don't smoke grenade or whatever isn't like suffering or requiring more than one rain of arrows. And I also get my Dark Shroud back, which is nice to have. Regular buzz better than fist of fate. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know. I've been preferring the regular gloves lately though. Just because my damage is more consistent. Whereas Fist of Fate, obviously your damage is really wild. But Fist of Fate staggers quicker, and it's also unconditional damage, whereas regular glove, you do get crit damage, but you gotta throw in Retribution, which is a conditional effect. So typically speaking, on paper, Fist of Fate should be a little better on bosses because of that. But I don't know. I'm just liking the glove, the regular glove. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Like, so I actually did give it a shot. Sure, I didn't masterwork the ring, but honestly, you kind of can't. I mean, I can't, but like, you don't get any value out of like really truly masterworking it because your stealth damage only applies to the first wave, and that's kind of it. So I don't know. I guess it just feels like a side grade. Like you can do that. And I do feel like on the boss you might get a little bit more value because your unique affix is unconditional damage, but the fact that you do have to give up 250% crit damage as well as dexterity on top of that, you almost just you just kind of just come out, I won't say even, but like side by side. But can you get a dry spell of like 1 to 50% for like a good amount of time? Yeah, and then it can be it can be the opposite way. You can get like a bunch of like 300% roll like hits or what 300% hits. Like on that run, on what was it? That 100 run I did that I put on YouTube, like those like 21 billion hits were like string of back to back, just really good procs. And of course, obviously, I took a screenshot of that and put that on the thumbnail because people like seeing numbers. So I'm like, okay, sure. But yeah, it's rough. I put it that way. Yeah, it's just there's some aspects. It's the same. It's legit, literally the same aspects that are there in the planner. I promise you, I have not changed anything from what's in the planner. Like it's the same ones, the Aerostorm ones, right? And then you have the conceded barrier one, and then you have retribution, or whatever. If you don't have Fist of Fate, you drop. So if you have Fist of Fate, you drop retribution, and that's it. Yeah, so I mean that's kind of really it. I don't really have anything else to say about it. I think Dark Shroud is way too important to try to not go with, or to try to run without a seed or whatever like that, especially if you just want to chill and not have to dodge things, I guess. Chess West, what's going on? Hey, yeah, let me talk to you for a second. You missed it. Did you just get here? Mon, what's going on? Appreciate the sub. You just missed it. I literally did about an hour and a half ish of like running Pitfall or Pit Fighter's goal. I even changed Dark Shroud to concealment for a little bit to try to get the whole like combination or whatever from the top. Yeah, can I show my aspects? If you do exclamation mark build the planner, it should be almost exactly identical. But conceded, retribution. I have frostbitten here. Noxus Ice is great too, but I think I'm thinking it only works in the first wave. So I honestly think frostbitten is better. But I updated that on the planner. And then, of course, your normal Aerostorm aspects that you would have. So, you say, so what's the verdict? So, like, the thing is that I will say, I will admit, I did underestimate Pit Fighter's goal a little bit. I think there is merit. There is a point to be made with the stealth damage thing if it worked on the other waves, but it only works in the first wave, and you can totally feel that. So like when the first wave hit, it's nice. Like it feels very chunky because you do have stealth damage from your chest and then of course from the ring itself. So it does feel chunky on the first wave, but then the next three waves kind of it falls off like I won't say drastically, but you can tell a difference. So the stealth damage was actually more potent than I thought it was going to be. What I will say is, I was definitely glassier not running Dark Shroud and having concealment. So like things you just could not conceal from, like hurt. Like it really did hurt quite a bit. I guess I was so used to just having 5 ranks in the Dark Shroud, 8 ranks in the Dark Shroud with the rune that is just like I could just like not worry, like I'm in almost no danger at all. But But yeah, it was just it was pretty identical. Like it was pretty like like neck and neck from the way I normally run it versus Pitfighter's Goal concealment. What I will say though is that it did require more upkeep for Pitfighter's Goal because you had to make sure you aim your smoke grenades, and that's where a lot of your damage is coming from, being able to use Pitfighter's Goal. So like elite stuff felt pretty okay, but trying to kill trash along the way was like not more tough, but you were more incentivized to throw more smoke grenades, which is less random arrows overall towards the very end. But it was basically identical. Like it didn't give me a sense of should I change into this, but I did underestimate it. So I will admit I did underestimate it. I honestly just think it's just a side grade. So it's like a preference. Do you like, being able to sit and smoke and be able to like be concealed and those kind of things? Then sure, but it didn't feel like an upgrade, but it didn't feel like a downgrade either. It's weird. It didn't feel like an upgrade, but it didn't feel like a downgrade either. So yeah, I think it's just preference. So I will admit it was not a downgrade, but I think honestly though, Chess West, if I can give feedback on like if I can, because I've already given feedback on this, right? Supreme arrows, random arrows. If stealth damage was allowed to be able to work on all the random arrows, then I probably would switch. I'd probably make the switch to Pitfighter's Goal and concealment if stealth worked on all waves, but because it doesn't, that really hurts. Yeah, that's just the unfortunate part, man, because it's dynamic. I don't know. I don't know why that is though. Like I really don't know why that is. So then that's a 5 seconds, it would be meta. Yeah, but I mean you're looking at like if it lasts throughout the entire all 4 waves, then you're looking at about roughly maybe 20-25% increase. So you're looking at about like a tier and a half difference, but that would be enough for people to switch over. Like that would be enough for me to switch over. Because I mean, why not? It's just more damage. So why wouldn't I do that, right? I mean, I have no problems handling smoke grenade aiming or whatever like that, right? So, and then not only that, but I would remasterwork my Shrouded Boss Death. I would actually just put all my masterworking into the stealth damage here, and then GA, try to get a GA on it and masterwork the stealth stuff like that, man. Like I would just get so much stealth additive. I mean, it's still additive, but at least you'd be able to use it. You'd be able to use the additional additive like that and gain another, gain another 25-30% damage because you have so much. But like I said, it being dynamic hurts. So stuff damage would be good with a pinch shot overbuild, right? I mean, you could technically. Yeah, I mean, you can make that work. Also, Maxroll offensive aspect. Yeah, that's also very true. Yeah, but I'm disappointed only just because I wish it did. I wish Random Arrows wasn't dynamic like that. Because like I said, I'd make the switch. I absolutely would make the switch. But here's what's going on. Yeah, but at the moment, honestly, because they're literally like comparable side by side. Like I said, I tried for the past hour and a half, and I just kind of end up with the same results. Like Mother what was it? Mother's Embrace or whatever. Mother's Embrace? Mother's Judgment, not Mother's Embrace. Mother's Judgment. Mother's Embrace is a freaking unique ring. Like Mother's Judgment on each setup, I got her down to after 3 staggers, she had like about roughly almost a 4th life left. Didn't matter which setup I did. And so like that was kind of my data. That and Blood Bishop were kind of like similar, and this is like on 90s. So like Mother's Judgment was like my testing point. So every time I fought her, I was like, okay, well, how long is this gonna take? Like there's always 3 staggers for me and like a 4th of health left after the 3 staggers. So I think 3 or 4 times I got her on the Pit Fighters goal setup, and it was still about the same thing. And I'm just like like I was hoping to see slightly better results there, but I was like but yeah, it just felt similar.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So without Tassus, man, I don't know what your Paragon board is like, but of course you got right here. You can get all res there. But without Tassus, you may want to run like Soothing Spices or whatever, or all res in the pants as well. So like Dex all res armor or whatever like that to be able to make sure you can still cap, and then run Frostbitten because that's quite large of a multiplier to not have. You giving up on Druid already? What build are you playing? Are you playing Shred or? But Chess West, cheers for being vigilant on how you felt about it. Because I honestly probably wouldn't even like give it a second thought had you not been like, bro, Darkside, bro. But it does the thing, man. The hybrid Shred Zoo that pushed 106. You didn't like that? Sleepless, what's going on, man? I was working on a damage after stealth with Death Trap, and it's kind of meh. Actually, I don't even know if this. I think the stealth damage should apply through all of Death Trap's hits and not just the first hit on Death Trap, that is. Should. Keyword is should. I don't know like exactly, but the keyword is should. You tried it this week. Witness Eldritch Bounties, Tricks of the Trade, Dance Macabre. Alright, so here's what I'm going to tell you about that Paragon board, Chess West. So it may not seem like a deal breaker or a difference, but honestly, not having the extra crit damage from like being able to put combat on a different board, so then the starter board, like if you went with like Exploit Weakness, which I know Exploit Weakness itself isn't like the greatest legendary node, but it's decent enough. You can get your combat, you can get more crit damage out that way. Definitely more crit damage that way. Which is going to scale your damage normally. Like, I didn't like the Exploit Weakness board, but I'm starting to kind of just come along to it. So I honestly don't do Tricks of the Trade anymore. I do Exploit Weakness. I put combat glyph on Exploit Weakness. I'll actually show you in game actually. So, yep, here we go. So Chess West. So Chess West, take a look at this real quick. Because I want you to see what I'm doing, and I want you to understand why I'm doing it. So I'm not just telling you. So here. So I know, like, in the planner itself, I do have tricks of the trade, but I recently ended up dropping for myself tricks of the trade for exploit weakness. Why? Because getting your combat glyph maxes, like, extremely important. So like getting 74 points instead of 64 on like the main board here or something like that. Like, each point is like worth a lot of crit damage. See, it's like each point is worth 33% crit damage, right? So like that's 2 points basically from going from the starter board to, you know, let's say exploit weakness from the board that you're following. That's 66.8% crit damage. That doesn't seem like a lot, but when you scale it with precision, how it scales, and then how trick attacks also scales with crit damage and precision, that 66% is actually quite a bit. I didn't think it was that large myself until I did it, because I wasn't convinced either initially. But so there's exploit weakness, there is no witness, of course. Sorry, deadly ambush, of course, which you actually did he take that? I'm looking at his board. I don't know if he took deadly ambush. Yeah, so he has to take it. So okay, here's the thing. Yeah, so he didn't take deadly ambush. That's a big mistake. Unfortunately, that's a big mistake. Here's why. I hate deadly ambush. I hate deadly ambush with a passion. I don't know if there's too many people here in chat who dislikes traps more than I do. But hold on, let me ask this question for it. Matej, you said, I'm running Heartseeker right now. I dropped Andarios for 2 GAs at work to change the Barrage. Andarios isn't a thing this season. It's like dead. Can you see the build I'm playing? It's actually in the description of the YouTube stream. So if you're on YouTube, you can see it. All right, so let's go back to this real quick. So you want to know why we take this board, even though we hate daily ambush? Like, we hate daily ambush. This. Look how much extra crit damage we get here. We get 64 crit damage here, 60 crit damage here, 64 crit damage here, 64% crit damage here. This is a lot of crit damage. A lot. This is the only reason why we take this board. We hate this legendary passive, this legendary node, but we cannot drop this board. And this is the reason why Caltrops is important, because we need Caltrops to be able to proc this, because we are forced to take this board. Why? Because of all the crit damage we get here. So if I'm telling you that 2 points is crucial for combat, 66.8%, imagine how much crit, like how big of an impact this makes. Even though, again, we hate this board. So we got the starter board. So far I just put Headhunter there, but starter board, Headhunter, combat, for Eldritch Bound, or exploit weakness. Then we come over to deadly ambush, versatility, crit damage, very, very important here. And then I come over left here. Eldritch Bounty is the 4th board. Make sure it's the 4th board, not 5th board. I'm going to make an adjustment on the planner, of course, for those who might be wondering. Reason being is because it's hard to cap this down here, your all red stuff, if it's the 5th board. Like, you just may not have enough decks to do it. So I would take this as a 4th board instead of a 5th board. So you come down here, you take control, because it's super easy to get through and not waste a lot of points doing so. And then, of course, your last one is no witness. You put fluidity here, and then you grab your ultimate stuff here. And ultimate damage isn't really that much, but it's free pretty much, because you don't have much else to really take. So you get some health, obviously scale your no witness, fluidity, pick up extra additive damage because it's free. You're not giving up anything. And then of course, same thing with the ultimate damage. So those are the 5 boards that I take. The reason why we don't take Dance Macrobee, honestly, is that in order for Dance to work, we have to apply an agility skill before using it. Before using, whatever. And that's kind of hard to do that if you're going to spam Flurry or Twisting Blaze or Flurry, doesn't really matter. Twisting Blaze, Rain of Veil. So if you're trying to do a 1-to-1 ratio, you have to fit a different skill in that rotation and then make sure that you don't screw that up, because all your skills can proc that said thing. Like and that just becomes difficult to deal with. I actually my initial Paragon boys actually had Dance Macrobee first. Like that was the very first thing I tried. I guess the problem is that like it's easy for Dance Macrobee to proc on every other skill. Your dash, your shadow step, your smoke grenade, cow traps, everything. Flurry, it procs on Flurry. And like all of these don't do anything for your build. So it's easy to accidentally proc it on something that isn't Rain of Veils. Plus, you got to throw in an extra skill in the rotation. So you're actually cutting the damage by a third because you have to throw it in the rotation as well. So it's not really 50%. It becomes like 33-ish%. And that's only if you do perfect rotations, which none of us are going to be able to do that. Let's be honest. We're going to make mistakes. So accounting for user error, drop it by another 10 to 15%, and then now you're back to a normal legendary node, 20%, 25%. You see what I'm saying? And it's not, and you don't have to work as hard. It'd be great if Flurry can was considered a mobility or a substitute skill. But yeah. You don't feel the fluidity though, you'd rather have Canny. So where fluidity is going to be able to scale your additive damage for free. So like, if you don't like fluidity, I would try to go for a different glyph like Devious. Are you okay with Devious? Yeah, so Devious is fine. So yeah, you can do Devious instead of fluidity, that's fine. But you do want to scale your magic nodes here. And keep in mind, it's not that Canny is bad, but if you look at the glyphs, like if you look at Canny right now, like it's 10%, 10%, right? 10% non-physical, then 10% non-physical, right? You look at something like Devious per se, or let's just say fluidity. Let's just go to fluidity again. You look at fluidity, it's also 10%, 10%. Right? So it's basically the same damage increase as Canny, but it's a dex glyph. So that means you're picking dex points. And dex skill is way better than intelligence on your character. So there's no reason to take an intel glyph if you don't have to. You see what I mean? So, but in this case scenario, like I said, you don't like fluidity, so I will go with Devious. So, yeah, you can just do Devious. I just do fluidity because it's unconditional. I already have control here, which is a conditional one. It's too strong to not use, unfortunately, so you take it. But yeah. But yeah, that's really about it. Why do I hate traps? Because the jump back. The character jumps backwards. And you can die in that animation because you're not immune when you're jumping backwards, so you can die in midair. It just feels clunky. That's why. And the AoE is kind of small. I'm sure you can increase the AoE, but like it conflicts with things that would help. So I put it this way: if I could use a temper that isn't in the same category as I don't know. I guess if I could get like a temper like Caltrap size here or something like that, I would take it. And I'd feel a little bit better about it, but that's about it. Can I refresh the planner with this Paragon? Yeah, but yeah, so I won't do it yet, Chess West, because if I do it now, what ends up happening is that it will reflect on the written guide, and people will be like, "Did you just change the Paragon board?" And then without saying anything, so I have to go into the Maxroll guide and then say that I updated the Paragon board and what I changed before people get confused. So if I just do it on the planner right now without going on the Maxroll website and mention the changes, then it would just piss off people at the end of the day. But I will do it, yes. The idea is to do it, yeah. Besides this build, do you recommend Heartseeker, Rain of Arrows build or another one? I mean, there's honestly a lot of good builds right now on Rogue. Relative to the, like in the class itself. So you kind of can't. It's more so of a playstyle thing. You kind of look at the builds, see what you think you would like to play. So there's Rapid Fire, which is harder to play actually. And then there's Victimized Barrage. There's Overpower Flurry, but that's hard to build into. Regular Flurry is actually not bad. Yeah, another thing he says in the Chinese build is that you need 150 resources in order to spam with no problem Rain of Arrows. That is true. So that's the reason why I use a resource elixir each time. So I don't have to have perfect boots to be able, or master working the maximum resource on boots. I just run a resource elixir and that solves that problem. Super easy. You said not in death traps. So death trap is actually fine. But cow traps I hate. Like death trap is fine. That trap is fine. I just don't like cow traps. Or cow traps, kale traps. Kale traps. I like almost never say that right. It always sounds like I'm saying cow, like cow level, cow traps. Yeah, it does. All right. But yeah, with that being said, Chess West, if I can ever drop that Deadly Ambush board, I'll be the first one to do it, man. But we gotta have it. We gotta have it. Unfortunately. That's why I was kind of so alarmed that you didn't have traps in your cow traps in your build. Because I'm just like, wait a minute, how do you proc the Deadly Ambush node? Like, legendary node. Like, that's like how you get that? How do you get how do you get that bonus? I was a little worried for a sec. Now I realized that you wasn't, running that board. I'm like, well, I guess now that makes sense. Thought you meant all traps. I understand super complicated. I never play them. Yeah. No. I mean, poison trap is fine. Death trap is fine. They're not. They don't. But they both don't feel great. But death trap feels better than the other two. But cow traps is just, the animation is just atrocious, man. Okay. Who to go to? We'll go to Ashley K. I don't know who that is. She said she used to stream, I guess. She said she knows nothing about this game. You guys can help her out then. All right. Anyhow, gonna be honest, I'm debating on whether or not I stream tomorrow night or tonight, only just because it's technically an election night, and I don't. Well, for one, obviously, I don't want to talk about politics, and I even banned, names of, officials, quote unquote, or whatever, just so therefore we don't have to have any of those discussions. But I wonder how difficult it's going to be to have a poster stream with it being election night. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's kind of the thing. Like personally, I don't care. Right? I don't care. I would just stream, but like, I wonder how much I would probably need my mods to, taper chat, if that makes sense, if I decide to stream tomorrow night. So I don't know. Chances are I probably will, but if I don't be surprised. All right. Because you might need more than the band hammer. You might need the shotgun. But anyhow, enjoy Ashley. I will see y'all when I see y'all, and as always, till next time.